when we hear the pastimes of the Lord, etc., our love for Krishna becomes enhanced. Or when we see, for example, these pictures in this temple room, or pictures in a book, we immediately are stimulated to feel love for Krishna. So the whole process requires regular hearing. Just like our children are going to school and they're supposed to be learning something. Similarly, we're also supposed to be learning the science of Krishna. We're supposed to be becoming more and more. Every day you should think, what new thing have I learned about Krishna? What have I learned about the holy name of Krishna? There's a nice book which Bhaktivedanta Thakur has written. It's about, what is that book called? The Marketplace of the Holy Name. What is that book called? Anyway, Namhat. It's a book he wrote about Namhat. So he describes how purchasing the holy name is done in different ways. For example, you purchase the holy name in relationship to Krishna's form. You purchase the holy name in relationship to Krishna's qualities. You purchase the holy name in relationship to Krishna's pastimes. In other words, as a devotee chants the holy name, Nama Chintamani Krishna, this is the first verse. The Bhaktivedanta dedicates this book, or you can say it's the preamble to this little booklet, is this verse, Nama Chintamani Krishna, that the holy name, form, pastimes, and attributes of the Lord are all non-different. So as you chant Hare Krishna, very naturally you will understand more and more about Krishna's form, because the name is Krishna embodied. And therefore the name has all the attributes of Krishna. Within the name you'll find all of Krishna's pastimes. Within the name you'll find Krishna's form, Krishna's qualities. This is what happens when you chant the name of Krishna purely. So it's so important to become free from the 10 offenses. Every day we chant these 10 offenses, but really most people don't concentrate on avoiding the 10 offenses. They just chant the 10 offenses to get through with them so that they can start getting through with their rounds, without understanding what the 10 offenses are, and without understanding that the major part, the most essential part of your day is the chanting of those 16 rounds purely. That is the one promise practically, besides the 4 regulative principles, that you promise at the time of initiation. It's the most essential aspect of all spiritual life. And devotees are negligent in how they chant their rounds, not understanding that all of my advancement is totally dependent on the chanting, good rounds. Because if within the chanting, this is the religion for this age. Nam Sankirtan. It is this which is the religion. The Haridas Thakur is the Nam Acharya. And his whole teaching is how to chant Hare Krishna. So we have so many activities which we have to do in Krishna consciousness, but they are all secondary to chanting Hare Krishna. This is the Hare Krishna movement. And as we're hearing about devotional service this morning when Sunanda Prabhu was reading, how devotional service dispels all kinds of material distress, the example is given of a Jamil, and how he dispelled all kinds of sinful reactions, even those which he never performed, simply by chanting one time the holy name of the Lord. In that first section of characteristics of pure devotional service, Prabhupada points out that the basis of pure devotional service begins with hearing and chanting. And Ajamil became completely free of all contamination because of offenseless chanting. If one chants offenselessly, then no sinful reactions can touch one. So we have to give great emphasis to perfect chanting of japa. Not only 16, the number of 16, but the quality. Some of you diminish your chanting. It's a wonder to me how you can do that. I mean, it's immediately puts you in a fallen condition. soon as you don't chant 16 rounds, you're considered fallen. So you're just immediately falling down just by stopping chanting 16 rounds. And not only that, but the quality. If you're not inspired so much in Krishna consciousness, it's only because you're not understanding how much you can get out of the holy name. If you can't taste the nectar of the holy name, very hard to keep fit in spiritual life. And it has to be progressive. After 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, 8 years, 10 years in spiritual life, your relishment for chanting should be increasing. It shouldn't just be a boring, mechanical activity that you got to get over with. Every day when you pick up those beads, I mean, people are very reverential generally. They pick up their beads to start their chanting. They hold their beads to their head. I've seen devotees who are very good at chanting. They offer their obeisances. They get ready to greet Krishna. Just like every day when you offer obeisances, we call it greeting the deity, right? And, everybody gets ready and the tape goes on and everybody lines up and then the curtain opens and everybody falls flat on their face in front of the deity. Well, the holy name of the Lord is also the deity. In fact, he is the most important deity in this age. So how much we should be ready for chanting and how much we should be conscious of the importance of the chanting of the holy names purely. And therefore, it said there's nothing to be had except the holy name. In all the three worlds, there's nothing better. Bhaktivinoda things. Best of all things in all the three worlds. There's nothing better to be had than the holy name of the Lord. So we're taking the holy name for granted. And therefore, the holy name does not so much stay with us. It does not. And it's a gift to chant Hare Krishna. It's a rare gift. What do you feel? Why do we feel indebted to our spiritual master? Because the spiritual master gives us Harinam. He gives us the holy name. Because the holy name, you can't deserve the holy name. The holy name is given by Krishna in disciplic succession. Actually, the spiritual master, when it says Guru Krishna Prashade Bhag Bhakti Lata Bij, when it says that the spiritual master plants the seed of devotion, by the grace of Krishna one gets Guru, and by the grace of Guru, the Guru gives the disciple Krishna, and he gives him Krishna especially through the holy name. He empowers him to chant the holy name more purely and strongly. Otherwise, we're chanting Hare Krishna before initiation. So what's the benefit of initiation? Prabhupada says that one of the benefits is that the holy name becomes more powerful when chanted after initiation. That means that the spiritual master has given Krishna to the disciple in the form of the holy name. Now, you have to be always worthy of receiving that gift. Otherwise, the gift can be taken back at any time. It's not that you can just think that you can be negligent with this gift or careless. It can be immediately withdrawn. So we have to, I think people need to hit themselves on their heads a few times every day to get woken up here. Because it's a bit inconceivable to come here sometimes and see how forgetful devotees can become about the most basic facts of spiritual life that you knew so well when you took initiation, how you could forget so much. It's only due to negligence. It's just due to being neglectful and unconscious. Because when you took initiation, you were very conscious of what the whole process was, and you were very attentive to what you were doing. So you've allowed yourself to become negligent. Negligence has no place in spiritual life. What is spiritual life compared to? A razor. And when you're shaving, you know that if you're negligent, what happens? Immediately you cut yourself. Spiritual life is exactly like a razor. As soon as you're a little bit neglectful, you'll cut yourself. As soon as you fail to get up one morning, as soon as you fail to chant rounds, as soon as you fail to control your anger, as soon as you act in a proud way, any one of these things, immediately causes blood to flow. It's very difficult, spiritual life. Karmis have it much easier. To be a millionaire is so much easier than to be a pure devotee. This is the most difficult thing of all. And yet you're all here trying to do it. So what's the use of trying to do something and not succeeding? If you're going to try to do something, might as well be successful. Otherwise, what's the point? Better try something else. If this is really what, and it seems like everybody's hooked into trying to become a pure devotee because you stay here somehow or other, then you might as well go at it in a way that will make you successful. And just like if you think about any endeavor you're taking up, supposing you're a builder and you're building a house, you don't go into building that house thinking, well, maybe I'll build it in a way that it will fall down. You think, I'm going to build this house so it's going to be very first class and strong. If you go into cooking, you don't think, well, maybe I'll put salt or maybe I'll put sugar. It doesn't really matter. You're attentive to making it properly. So why don't you be attentive to making yourself a pure devotee properly? It can be done. It just requires a lot of attention. And the payoff is very great. The payoff is real, deep satisfaction. Anyway, somehow we embarked on a long discussion. So we will go on to the next part of the purport. So Prabhupada is therefore saying that, we were discussing how Krishna performs pastimes with the material energy, and they're transcendental. But when a devotee performs pastimes with the material energy, they are not transcendental. That is the difference. When Krishna comes, he has a spiritual body. When the devotee comes, he has a material body. And a devotee's pastimes, unless he's fully Krishna conscious, they become mundane. A devotee can make his pastimes or activities transcendental, but then he has to do so in full consciousness of Krishna. Otherwise, the living entity wandering in the material world is embraced by Maya, just like a cat embraces a rat. That's the example given. Maya knows how to embrace the karmi, the materialist, like a cat embracing a rat. But that same Maya, which is Krishna, can embrace a devotee just like a cat embraces a kitten with her teeth, in a very loving way. So Maya is not an impediment if one becomes a pure devotee. But until you're a pure devotee, you should always understand that Maya bites. Until you become 100% pure, you always have to be careful about Maya. Maya, I'm amazed at how friendly some of you are to Maya. It's almost like she's your best friend. You don't understand it. All she does is claw, scratch, kick, bite, spit. And still you're always saying, oh, Maya, please come in. Why did you take so long? I thought you would have come earlier. Please sit down. Here's a nice seat for you. Here, have a glass of water to drink. And everybody else, you draw your curtains, lock your door. Oh, those devotees are all over the place. I hope they don't come into my house. But Maya, oh yes, we will open the curtains, we will lay out the carpet for you, give you a soft cushion, give you all praise. How foolish we are. We're so foolish. We are simply suffering birth after birth in Maya Devi's lap, and still we want more. Still we want more. We're so foolish. Prabhupada goes on. When Prithu Maharaj became spiritually powerful by the enhancement of his spiritual knowledge, jnana, and renunciation of material desires, he became a Prabhu, or master of his senses, sometimes called Goswami or Swami. This means that he was no longer controlled by the influence of material energy. When one is strong enough to give up the influence of material energy, he is called Prabhu. This verse, the word svarup shtaha, is very also, or that's another point. So, here's how Prithu Maharaj became spiritually powerful, by enhancement of his spiritual knowledge, jnana. Now, we have heard from Burijan Prabhu how he is extolling the reading of Prabhupada's books. And Prabhupada, at least we were talking about this, how Jagadish Maharaj has written, quoted on Burijan's prompting, this statement of Prabhupada that if the only thing that I am dissatisfied about my disciples is that they don't read my books. Prabhupada said it was the one thing he was dissatisfied with us for, is that we did not read his books. I bet you, if we could bet, that there are many people here who don't read Prabhupada's books as a daily function. But I also would bet that there is not a person here who doesn't eat every day. There's not a person who doesn't sleep, that doesn't do all these functions, and yet doesn't think that reading Prabhupada's books is an actual necessary function of existence. This is our mistake. That means we do not know yet that we are not this body. That's what that means. That means that we are conscious of being the body, and we realize what the body needs to maintain itself, but we are not conscious of being the soul. And we are not conscious of what the soul needs to maintain itself. Therefore, we're starving the soul. And so we don't have spiritual knowledge. And therefore, we are not spiritually powerful. We are spiritually weak. Why is a devotee weak? Why? Because they don't read. This is one of the reasons. They don't have spiritual knowledge. Now, spiritual knowledge is different than material knowledge, because spiritual knowledge has to be practiced. This is the second. It has a twofold aspect. It's not simply that you read and then don't apply it. If you don't apply it, you don't understand it. It's very different than material knowledge. Material knowledge you can, for example, cram in a course in college. You can cram for a test and pass with flying colors. You just have to memorize by rote. It doesn't require realization. But spiritual knowledge requires proper activity, or it is meaningless. It doesn't have any value. It is not understandable. So you have to read Prabhupada's books, and then you have to follow what's written. Then you become spiritually powerful. Everyone sitting here can become an empowered preacher. There is not a person in this room that cannot be fully empowered to spread Krishna consciousness. It's not denied to any one of you. But you have to follow the method. You have to follow the process. You cannot deviate from the process. And you have to renounce material desires. Now, you may say that that's difficult. But then I say to you that if you don't renounce material desires, you are very foolish, because you have taken initiation unnecessarily. There's only one reason why everyone has accepted initiation, and that's to give up the material world. Give up the material world to embrace the spiritual world and spiritual life. If you have now reconsidered, if you reconsider, well, I didn't realize what Krishna consciousness was all about. I didn't know when I sat down for initiation. I mean, my friends were doing it, and I thought it's something you just do as a fashion. Then you are a fool. You are a fool. You made a great mistake. And this is the cause of a lot of distress and disturbance in this movement. That after getting initiated, people start to realize more clearly what spiritual life is all about. It is about one thing: giving up material desires, because they are causing you to stay in the material world. They're causing you to suffer. Initiation is meant for those who are intelligent, who want to end suffering. If you like to suffer, keep your desires material. If you're tired of suffering in the material world, you must act to give up your material desires. And that means in Nectar Devotion it says to do things which you may not want to do, like getting up early in the morning, going to Mangalarti, beating it out on the drums and kartals, chanting your rounds, and everything else that seems like torture to the neophyte and seems like ecstasy for somebody who's making some advancement. The fact that we have to keep speaking on these points is only because people are not following the process. Sometimes people say, how come we keep lecturing the same points? It's only because people keep having to hear the same points. That was the point that was brought out yesterday. People are, it's unfortunate that people keep having to get left back and have to repeat. It's a little stupid to see a 15-year-old person in 3rd grade, or 4th grade, or 5th grade. I mean, wouldn't you feel foolish? Imagine if you were, 15 years old and you're in a classroom with 11-year-olds. It would feel very foolish. That's what happens after a while. And you know what it means? It means everybody else has to slow down. While, you make up all the lessons because you're playing hooky all the time and shooting marbles or whatever else, or, playing with whatever people play with nowadays. Probably not so innocent anymore. And everybody in the class has to just sit there, because you were playing, fooling around, and everybody has to sit there and wait for you to catch up. This is a community of devotees. If each one of us would do our share to become advanced in spiritual life, this would be a very wonderful community of advanced Vaishnavas. You can read in the Chaitanya Chaitamrita how nice it was. You can see the associates of Lord Chaitanya. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur has written this book, Jaiva Dharma, so nice association of the Vaishnavas all together, in ecstasy, associating with each other. As soon as there are devotees of an equal caliber that they can discuss spiritually, then it becomes very, very enlivening. So the atmosphere of a community is dragged down when there are members of the community who are not serious about spiritual life. It drags everyone's consciousness down. That's why it's so nice when you have advanced devotees who live in a community. And others should seek to become similarly advanced. What else have you come for? If you came for material comforts, what a mistake. Haven't you seen already? Anyone who lives in this community, where is the material comfort? I mean, I have the best material facility. I can't even enjoy them. I suffer up there all day long. And you don't have material comforts, and you suffer. Everybody's suffering. So the cause of the suffering is lack of Krishna consciousness. The cause of the suffering is material contamination. It's because people are keeping material desires in the heart of all different types. They are making mistakes. They are committing offenses. Offenses to the spiritual master, offenses to Vaishnavas, offenses to the deities, offenses to the holy name, offenses to Prasadam. It goes on and on. And this is the cause of distress. And all of it will be corrected, Prabhupada says, if you become enhanced by spiritual knowledge. If you read, you'll know what you're doing wrong. And if you associate properly with devotees, you'll understand what you're reading. Just like we have, Drishta Prabhu gives a regular class, right? We have regular meetings, Bhagavatam, right? How many people attend? 4. You are fools. You are a bunch of fools not to attend that class. You are simply fools. You don't have any idea what you're missing. You've got nectar. Every night there's nectar coming out, and 4 people come for it. That's the business of being a devotee. What else are you joining for? If you got something else, then why did you join Krishna consciousness? This is sadhana. It doesn't matter whether you think, I don't have a natural taste. Your children would play all day. That's what they do. These kids run all day long, and waste their time running around and doing nonsense. And you're the same way. They run around and play in the mud, and who knows what the adults do. Wasting time. Instead of spending time for a good thing, like hearing the Bhagavatam every evening. And you'll get a taste. It's nectar. As soon as you associate with the Bhagavatam and the association of devotees, within a very quick time, you'll develop the taste. It will happen to you. It'll come to the point where you won't want to miss it. But you have to allow yourself to, you have to force yourself to do it. Just like the children, if they don't get forced to do something else soon, they're already turning into little rowdies, rascals. Who knows what they're going to become later on? All day they're running around, just running. Because of no proper engagement. So adults who have taken to Krishna consciousness on their own volition, you should take it up fully. And if you're going to have to do it eventually, why don't get it over with and learn to love it? Develop spontaneous attraction. It will happen if you just use some force now. Prabhupada's talking about Prabhu, and then he says, in this verse, the word Svarupashta, everybody's called Prabhu here. It doesn't seem to me yet that, it's a big title to be called Prabhu, isn't it? Prabhupada says that one should be called a Prabhu when he becomes the master of his senses. We're all addressing each other as Prabhu, and we're all servants of our senses still. So, we should come up to being called Prabhu. Prabhupada says that in this verse, the word Svarupashta is also very significant. The real identity of the individual soul lies in understanding or attaining the knowledge that he is eternally a servant of Krishna. This understanding is called Swarupa Palabdhi. By culturing devotional service, the devotee gradually comes to understand his actual relationship with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This understanding of one's pure spiritual position is called Swarupa Palabdhi. And when one attains that stage, he can understand how he is related with the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as a servant or friend, or as a parent or conjugal lover. This stage of understanding is called Svarupashta. Prithu Maharaj realized this Swarup completely. And it will be clear in the later verses that he personally left this world, or this body, by riding on a chariot sent from Vaikuntha. So, the word culturing, you have to culture devotional service. Very interesting term, to culture devotional service. Culture is a very broad term. It refers to, is anybody a linguist here? Interesting to look it up in a dictionary, what the word culture refers to, all the aspects. In other words, it is... I was thinking of it in terms of another aspect, which is that, I agree with what you're saying also, that in devotional life, culturing devotional life to me also means to embrace devotional life in all of its various aspects. In other words, to become a rasika, a person who knows how to relish all of the different aspects of spiritual life. For example, to relish the deity worship aspect, to relish how to associate with devotees, to relish how to converse nicely, to relish how to sing properly, the various kirtans, to relish how to dress and decorate the body nicely with tilak and dhoti or sari, to relish how to read properly, to relish how to receive and respect prasad and to give prasadam, all of the etiquettes which go into being a devotee. This is what our real business is. This is our real business. The only reason we go out 9 to 5 is simply to earn the money to be able to do this, to culture devotional life. There's nothing in that activity in itself which is relishable. It's relishable only insofar as it permits us to do these things. 5, we become so dulled by the material energy that we forget why we're doing that austerity. The purpose of all of these austerities, to maintain body and soul together, is simply so that we can culture devotional life. When you do that, then gradually Krishna reveals to you who you are. How do you think you're going to learn what your relationship with Krishna is? First of all, you have to learn how to relate on the level that we are conscious of now. You have to learn how to properly relate, for example, to devotees. You have to learn how to relate to the deity, according to the Pancharitric system that Narada Muni has given. You have to learn how to relate to the holy name. When you've cultured all of these different aspects properly, then gradually it becomes revealed to you more and more what your specific identity is, who you really are. Just like there's a difference between the way a karmi or the way a new person first comes and associates with devotees and how an advanced devotee associates with devotees. Similarly, there's a further difference in someone who actually knows his eternal relationship with Krishna and how he relates to everything and everyone. Right now, we're living in a bit of a make-believe. Actually, our stage is not make-believe, it's genuine. The karmis are in a completely make-believe, illusionary identity. Everything they're doing is a masquerade. Imagine if you put on a costume and acted in a drama and played a part. That's what they're doing. That part that they're playing has nothing at all to do with who they actually are. They are living in a complete illusion. Oh, this is my wife, this is my husband, my parents, my boss. The entire existence is make-believe. And they are really serious about it. They are great actors. They should all be given Academy Awards. He said they should all be locked up in the insane asylum. That's true. When you go to an insane asylum, there's 40 President Reagans sitting there, and 20 Betsy Rosses sewing American flags. And they're all arguing about, I'm the real Betsy Ross. I'm the real President Reagan. And similarly, the karmis are all saying, I'm the real Mr. Jones, and I'm the real so-and-so. And they really believe it. And for the people who try to wake them up, they're the ones who are locked up. The devotees are living in the beginning of reality. The beginning of reality is to know what you're not. The end of reality, the final conclusion of it, is to know what you are. We don't know what we are, but we're learning about what we're not. The beginning of sadhana is to understand what you're not. You're not your body. And real understanding is to know you're the soul. And when you really know what the soul's relationship with Krishna is, that means to understand everything properly. That's described here, sarupashta, when one actually understands who he is, what his eternal sarup, his eternal nature, identity is in regard to Krishna. In this verse, the word Prabhu is also significant when Prabhupada speaks about the spiritual master's qualifications. As stated before, when one is completely self-realized and acts according to that position, he can be called Prabhu. The spiritual master is addressed as Prabhupada because he is a completely self-realized soul. So here's the qualification for the spiritual master being called Prabhupada. He has to be fully self-realized. The word pada means position, and Prabhupada indicates that he is given the position of Prabhu, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead, for he acts on behalf of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Unless one is a Prabhu, or controller of the senses, he cannot act as spiritual master, who is authorized by the Supreme Prabhu, or Lord Krishna. In his verses praising the spiritual master, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur writes, Shaksha Dari Tvena Samasta Shastrai Uktashtatha Bha Bata Eva Sadbhi. the spiritual master is honored as much as the Supreme Lord, because he is the most confidential servitor of the Lord. Thus, Prithu Maharaj can also be called Prabhupada, or, as described herein, Prabhu. So, Prabhupada's description of the self-realized spiritual master, as called Prabhupada, describes the most exalted personalities. Just like Srila Prabhupada said, that this term, Prabhupada, is given to very selected persons. And he named Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur and Srila Rupa Goswami. These are the two people that Prabhupada specifically indicated were also called by their followers as Prabhupada. So the main qualification is that one has to be totally self-realized. Now the question may become that what if someone is not self-realized? Can he act as a spiritual master? So that is described, for example, in the Easy Journey to Other Planets. Prabhupada is summarizing some of the essential items which are listed in the Nectar of Devotion for a devotee to follow. And he says that if a devotee follows all of these various directions and requirements, then he can act as a spiritual master just as a student sometimes acts in the classroom as a monitor and accepts a limited number of disciples. In other words, In other words, we see that sometimes a teacher leaves the classroom. And when the teacher leaves the classroom, a student takes up the position of a monitor and makes sure that all of the students who are in the room are very nicely following the instructions of the teacher. There's a difference between the teacher and the monitor. The difference is both in knowledge and realization. So it is an appropriate example which Prabhupada has given because it is appropriate to our Krishna consciousness movement, in that Prabhupada's position is not, at this point, has not been in any way attained by any of his disciples or grand-disciples, for that matter. Therefore, if they're to act as spiritual master, and Prabhupada indicated that he wanted them to, then until they become fully self-realized, they have to understand the position is like a monitor. That means that they are spiritual master, they have disciples, but they are especially monitoring the advancement of the disciples by acting on behalf of the teacher. Prabhupada is clearly the teacher, and he will continue to be the teacher because his books are the teachings. They are the basic instruction. So he's the instructing, the teacher, and we can act as his monitors. That means it's our duty to see that the disciples are following the teacher's instructions. And in doing that, we are qualified as spiritual master in that understanding. And we cannot take unlimited disciples. You can only take unlimited disciples when you are on the point of being totally self-realized. Just like Prabhupada, we could see how he could initiate people. I saw Prabhupada initiate people the first time he ever met them. I saw Prabhupada initiate people the first time they came into contact with Krishna consciousness. Now, that can't be imitated. It doesn't very much affect Prabhupada in an adverse way, and by his power, he could infuse Krishna consciousness in such a meeting into the heart of a living person, a living entity. I saw this happen in a number of places. I saw it happen in Rishikesh and in other places as well. But we have seen that if someone tries to imitate Prabhupada like that, then they fall down. You cannot imitate. You have to simply follow. There's a difference between imitation and following. So, therefore, a monitor cannot be called Prabhupada. That's not possible. Only a self-realized soul can be addressed like that. And anybody who is so foolish to call someone who is not fully self-realized as Prabhupada, actually is doing a great disservice. Doing a great disservice to himself, to the person he's addressing that way, and to the real Prabhupads, whoever they have been amongst the previous acharyas. Our process of Krishna consciousness depends on this monitoring. Prabhupada himself depended upon monitors. During his lifetime, he established the GBC as monitors. He established the temple president as monitors. That's why you'll see most letters are written to temple presidents, by and large, because he expected them to act as his monitors in seeing that all the students in the class followed his instructions. And similarly, he expected the GBC to monitor the temple presidents to see that they were following the instructions. So, as long as this is done, then it's possible to accept disciples nicely. But the problem comes when people don't obey the monitors. It's not only, just like here, for example, I have many disciples. So the monitor for them is the temple president, as well as other senior Vaishnavas, but especially the temple president. And if you don't obey him, then you're disobeying the superior monitor. And ultimately, you're disobeying the teacher. Therefore, you get red marks all on your report card. Probably you have to repeat the course. So it's very essential to, if you say, well, the monitor is not as advanced as a teacher, so I don't have to follow. I'll do all kinds of nonsense when the teacher's out. It doesn't make any sense. This idea that now, if no one is as qualified as Prabhupada, therefore we're less fortunate. You're not less fortunate if you obey the monitors, because the monitors are presenting the same teaching that the teacher himself presented. There's no difference. That's what Prabhupada says about the teaching. No one is as good as Krishna. There is no one as good as Krishna. No one is equal to Krishna. According to Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, no one is equal to me and no one is superior to me. Therefore, no one can possibly equal Krishna as a teacher. There's no acharya that can equal Krishna as a teacher. No one can equal Krishna in any respect. Therefore, he's God alone. And yet Prabhupada says that there is no difference in receiving the instruction of Krishna in disciplic succession. The exact same experience is there. As Arjuna got it from Krishna, we can get it from the present disciplic succession, if it's intact and followed properly, if both are qualified. So, what is the question of having someone as good as Krishna? And yet there's no difference. If the instructions are taught properly and the example of the teacher is nicely done, then the same effect is there. So in presenting ourselves as guru to disciples, it is not required that we have to be self-realized. It is required that we have to present the instructions unadulterated, and we have to be an example of one who follows these instructions. This is the qualification for becoming guru, according to Prabhupada. There's a number of letters Prabhupada wrote in this regard also. It is not essential. It is very good if you can get a completely self-realized guru. There's nothing better than that. But if you cannot, then you can get a guru who exemplifies the teachings, who sets a good example, and who can repeat these teachings to you. Then the effect will be the same. You can make equal advancement. Prabhupada wrote this in one letter, that you can make the same amount of advancement. So there's no disadvantage. Of course, we shall try to elevate ourselves to become fully self-realized, because that's the goal of Krishna consciousness. And then we can do the greater good for the world. But in the meantime, as we're all in the process of advancing, every one of us is students. Even our gurus in ISKCON are also students. So in the meantime, then we have to understand that these students are taking the role of monitors. On behalf of the teacher, they are monitoring the advancement of the other students. This should be our understanding. Prabhupada continues. Another question may be raised in this connection. Since Prithu Maharaj was a power incarnation, what it says here, a power incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Satyavesha avatar, why did he have to execute the regulative principles in order to become a Prabhu? Because he appeared on the earth as an ideal king, and because it is the duty of the king to instruct the citizens in the execution of devotional service, he followed all the regulative principles of devotional service in order to teach others. Simile, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, although Krishna himself, taught us how to approach Krishna as a devotee. It is said, Apani Achari Bhakti Shikainayu Shabhari. Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu instructed others in the process of devotional service by setting the example himself through his own personal actions. Similarly, Prithu Maharaj, although a Saktyavish avatar incarnation, still behaved exactly as a devotee in order to achieve the position of Prabhu. Furthermore, Sarupashta means complete liberation. As it is said, Bhagavatam 2.10.6, Hitvanyata rupam sarupena vyavashtiti. When a living entity abandons the activities of Maya and attains the position from which he can execute devotional service, his state is called Sarupashta, or complete liberation. So we'll stop here and ask if there are any questions. Yes, if one suddenly thinks that one is a teacher when he's actually the monitor, then the students try to throw out that monitor. That's what's happened in our movement. Our gurus actually are monitors, but because, due to their inexperience and other reasons, they sometimes assumed that they were teachers. So the other students said, wait a moment, you're just a monitor. Then they said, you better sit down again. One of the students. That's what will happen. Your monitor right gets taken away from you, and you again go back to just being one of the students. If you're lucky. If you're really a bad boy, you get kicked out of the class. That also sometimes has happened. Devotional practice. Yes. No. What you're saying is that when we're successful, it's by the grace of Guru and Krishna, not by our own endeavor. The more you humble yourself and simply see yourself as the humble servant and representative and present your Guru and Krishna to other people, then automatically what you're saying becomes very easily transmitted, and people want what you have. That's why Prabhupada was so successful. Prabhupada was so humble. He didn't present himself. He was totally transparent and simply presented Krishna. So due to our false ego, we try to present ourselves in the form of our own realizations, etc. And it's like you said, it becomes an intellectual endeavor, and it doesn't touch their soul. And so they don't spring forward to receive what we want to give them. The whole point is not to want credit for oneself. The whole success is to give credit to the spiritual master and Krishna. This is real humility. The more we are simply tools, the more we're monitors, actually monitors, and not trying to take the position of teacher. Teacher, the monitor will one day be recognized for his qualities and will be bestowed with the title of teacher. But that doesn't come by one's desiring it. It comes by automatically the blessings of the superior Vaishnavas. Just like Prabhupada was given the title Bhaktivedanta. He didn't try to get that title, but automatically that title was given to him by the other Vaishnavas. seeing his qualification. So humility is the emblem of a Vaishnava. If one doesn't possess humility, then that's very dangerous. Yes, there was no risk. But Prabhupada's completely transparent. He's transparent via media, so whatever reactions he might have taken up were nullified by Krishna. Yeah, Prabhupada says a spiritual master, when a disciple commits sinful activities, or when a disciple's karma is taken by the spiritual master, he suffers it in the form of bad dreams. That's one of the ways that Prabhupada said it. That's how the spiritual master. But one thing is that it's not a fact that we have seen that in our society some of the spiritual masters have had fall downs. They didn't fall down because of the karma of their disciples. That is not a fact. The Guru does not fall down because of the karma of his disciples. But he may have to undergo bad dreams. And one time Prabhupada was ill also in Vrindavan. So at that time he pointed out that many of his disciples were breaking the regulative principle about illicit sex. And Prabhupada was very ill at that time. So apparently the spiritual master may suffer some physical illness also. Anybody want to say something about this point? Well, it's very disturbing to everybody. When devotees don't follow the principles of Krishna consciousness, see, we're a family. Just like in a family, supposing you have a family of 5, husband, wife, and 3 kids. And supposing one of the kids is doing some mischief, continuously doing very bad things, doesn't it affect all the father, the mother, and the brothers and sisters? So we're living in a community, even though each of you has your own house and your own family unit. The fact is, this is a family. You can't deny that. It's not like a normal neighborhood. I mean, there's neighborhoods here, say a whole block of people, they don't know each other, and if they do, it's just to say hi when they get into their car to go to work. They don't really know each other, and they couldn't care less what each other does. But like here, it's not. We know each other intimately. So when someone's in Maya in this community, it affects everyone. It really is a disturbance to the consciousness, to the mind, to the whole atmosphere becomes polluted. You might as well realize that you're a big family. It's not that there's just husband and wife units here. That's one of the big Mayas that people fall into in this community. That you get completely trapped by this mentality that husband and wife is the basic thing and everything else is foreign to it. I don't see it that way. And I don't think anyone, there are others here who don't see it that way. I don't think that there's, but a lot of the grihastas see it that way. The brahmacharis see it a lot less like that because we don't have this connection. with a wife. So we don't have that illusion. So we see ourselves all related together. And there are many people. It's not only the brahmacharis. And we feel very much when... So it's not just the guru who feels inconvenienced or disturbed. But everyone feels disturbed. So, I mean, it's very selfish when you fall into Maya. It is very selfish. It's very selfish. It's like saying, well, I want to do this, and I don't care what it does to all the rest of you. Then why did you wish yourself upon us to begin with? Why did you, to begin with, come into this community? Why did you take initiation if this is your mentality? See, my feeling is that although you may have entered into spiritual life without realizing what was entailed, I feel that if you have any honor and integrity, then even though it may be what you didn't want, and now you're in it above your head, I say that an honorable thing, you should go through with it now. Whether you like it or not, it's honorable now. Go through with it for the rest of your life and live with it. Just like a man marries a woman, and maybe they don't, this is the what Vedic marriage is supposed to be this way. Whether the husband and wife get along or not, they don't divorce. They learn to tolerate. So I say, learn to tolerate your material desires and let them just wither away, because you somehow or other took up spiritual life. And gradually it'll become pleasing. I mean, this is the way I see it. Duty. This is what duty means. Duty means, like it or not, you do it. So there's no feeling of duty anymore in America. Americans are so, not just Americans, all over the world, people have lost the feeling of duty. That's what makes Mahabharata so relishable. You just feel like these people in this book are so incredibly dutiful. Isn't it? They have such a feeling for duty. Such noble character, powerful character. It's so wonderful. You just feel, when you read the Mahabharata, you just feel, I wish I could associate with these Pandavas. I wish I could get the association of such persons who could act so strongly on principle. But that's really what devotees are supposed to. According, yasyasti bhakti bhagavati akinchana, samai gunas tata sarasate saraha. This is what it means. You're supposed to act according to duty. You're supposed to have all the qualities of demigods. How? Because you do what your duty is. Never mind whether you want to do it or not. It doesn't matter. And see, we don't understand. So our understanding is you do what you feel like doing. That's what you think in the Kali Yuga. You just do whatever you feel like doing. But that's not what duty means. Duty means, feel it or not, you do it. And the karmis are more dutiful, practically. I see karmis are often more dutiful than devotees. Because they know it's their duty to maintain their family. At least they go out 9 to 5, 5 days a week, and do it. They don't want to do it. But devotees are supposed to have much better qualities. Of course, our duties are much more. We have far more duties than the materialists. Our duties just don't stop. They're practically 24 hours a day. They're constant. And devotees feel that sometimes I need relief. I can't handle so much duty. But unless you do, you might as well realize that you won't make advancement in spiritual life. You really won't. Your advancement will be so, so slow. Unless you just finally make up your mind, well, that's it. I'm going to just have to buckle down and just put the nose to the ground and do it. Whether I like it, whether I don't like it, whether it feels good, whether it doesn't feel good. And everybody here knows when they're doing wrong. That's the funny thing, is that there's not a single person in this room. I tell you, within 1 or 2 months, you already know what it means to be Krishna conscious. Practically, you know what you have to do. It's so nice, you learn really fast. The difficult thing is doing it. But nobody here can say, oh, I didn't know. You know when you neglect your duty. So why not just start to have a different attitude? Why don't you just take a different attitude? Just be like separate from yourself, like observe yourself and say, okay, now do this, now do this. Now you're supposed to do this, do this. Instead of what you're doing, say, now how will this feel if I do it? Oh, I don't think it'll feel nice. Oh, then I won't do it. See, you're consulting your senses and mind instead of what your duty is. Well, I guess the most important thing is to be a perfect example oneself. That's the best thing of all. And I think that have seminars like the one Bhurijan Prabhu was holding. Be a good example yourself and preach about it. Preach to others. You know, just like I think that's another thing, is that too often you leave it up to the temple president to get on someone's case, instead of all of you doing it as part of your function. I mean, what makes the temple president a temple president, except that he does his duty or informs others more than others do? Inspiration. You know, well, if you're an example, then it becomes an inspiration to others. That's why I think that's how I can be a spiritual master for my disciples, as I try to inspire them by my example. I know that the best thing I can do as a guru for my disciples is to be a good example, so that they can see, here's someone following the process. That's what I mean. I consider that my foremost duty, is that I have to follow the process strictly, so that will give them the inspiration to do it themselves. More than anything else, more than my realization, is just the sheer act of doing everything that I'm supposed to do. Charge. I mean, at least everyone could do their duty in regard to some basic principles of sadhana. If you can't, God, it's... Oh, yes. Yeah, if someone can't come up to the standards which are there for living in the community, it's really better if they move at a distance from the community. Instead of living in the immediate vicinity, if they move out of eyesight, then out of sight, out of mind. In other words, if you will move away, say enough blocks away, so that you can do your Maya without having to constantly flaunt it in front of everybody, it will keep the purity intact of this community. Those who live in this vicinity of this community should strictly follow the programs. If you can't, it's not a good idea to directly live in this community. It's better off you live a little bit at a distance. That's my opinion. Because then no one will have expectations of you being here all the time. They won't think, why isn't that person at Mangal Arati? Why don't they come to class? Why don't they contribute financially? Why are their kids, this or that? They won't go through all of that. This community, the facility for living in the direct community here should be taken by those who are seriously capable of following the program strictly. If you're not, it's better to live at a distance and aspire for it and practice coming. And when you're ready, move back. What is the use of you're just unnecessarily harassing yourself and everybody else if you're not able to follow? I don't say that it's a good idea that you don't live here. I say follow. But if you can't, and you find it just impossible to do so, then you're bringing the consciousness of this whole community down. Because there are people who are very serious here. I mean, I'm trying to be very serious, and it's very disturbing for me to come into this community. And I was very disturbed the last days. That's the only reason I couldn't sleep at night. And I don't know why I couldn't sleep, because I didn't have jet lag. But I'm trying to be a Brahmin, and it was not peaceful here. The atmosphere was not peaceful, because people weren't following the sadhana. And I don't have this problem when I go to other places, as much as it happens here in Dallas. And I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep before 2 o'clock in the morning. It was hellish. And for this first time last night, because Shankarshan blessed me, tonight you will sleep. Therefore I slept. Radha gave me their darshan, and Shankarshan said, now you will be able to sleep, and I slept. So he should bless me again tonight. Okay, so I would suggest that you talk with Naveen Krishna about this. Because although that sounds like a very bona fide Krishna conscious statement, I would like you to prove that it's practical. You talk with Naveen Krishna and show it's practical. Because the time has come when these apparently very Krishna conscious statements have to be made into practical reality. Now, all I can tell you is that what you're calling Sankirtan, there is nobody doing Sankirtan in America right now. This nonsense that's going around all over this country doing these citation lines and all the other nonsense that goes in the name of Sankirtan is not Sankirtan. There is nobody in this country at this time that is able to show how this movement can be maintained by Sankirtan. No one has shown it. So although it sounds very idealistic and nice to say it, it is not practical. It has not been practiced. It has never been practiced. And I don't believe that you have a way to do it either. You're just speaking it because it's a very Krishna-conscious statement to make. But it has not been shown to be practical. Otherwise, it would have been done a long time ago. It is not practical. It is not practical because it's not being practiced. I'll tell you very practically. I'll tell you a very practical beginning. Okay, very practical. Let every devotee here sell at least one book a day and make one devotee a year. Let's start Sankirtan in a very realistic way. That means within a month, at least sell 30 books. One way or another. That means you purchase 30 books and sell them or give them away or do anything you want. And every year, try to make one person into a devotee. Now that's practical. Let's start on a level that anybody can do. Let's not say that you should go out 8 hours a day selling books. Because there is nobody in America doing that right now. As a whole temple. Maybe one or two individuals do it, but nobody is doing it as a temple. And there's a reason why. But let's understand. People our movement is made up of devotees, and it's made up of preachers. Everybody in this room has a preaching spirit. And the fact that our movement is not maintained by preaching is not because we don't have a preaching spirit. I would like to suggest it's not so simple to understand what Prabhupada said. It's not so easy to apply it. If it was easy, it would have been applied. It's not easy. And it's time that we realize it's not so easy to just say, go out and preach and everything follows. Because people have been going out and preaching, and somehow they get deviated into a lot of other things besides preaching. So it's not seemingly possible right now to simply maintain our movement by quotes preaching. It just isn't. Now I say that if you can go out and make money and earn money and then buy books and preach with them, that's also preaching. And it just seems to me, let's start with this. Everybody buy at least one book on an average a day and distribute it one way or another and make a devotee a year in our movement. Let's start on that level. I have talked with Naveen Krishna Prabhu about this, and it seems to me we have a very nice strategy how gradually this temple could be maintained by books distribution. We figured out how it could be done. This temple has an overhead of, say, about, a certain amount of overhead. That overhead has to be maintained by books distribution. Now, if we start by everybody buying some books, that money will go towards maintaining the overhead. Whatever money you buy a book for, if you buy $100 worth of books in a month, $50 will go to the book fund, and $50 goes to maintaining this temple. So if the temple overhead is $12,000 a month, then we need to sell $24,000 worth of books. That means people have to buy $24,000 worth of books. Those people may be the people in this room or anybody else you can interest. But you're also people. So you buy $24,000 worth of books. Then $12,000 will go to the book fund, and $12,000 will pay the overhead. Now, since we have properties where we realize money also, we don't even need $12,000. We need less than $12,000 to maintain this place, maybe $7,000 or $8,000. So $16,000 worth of books have to be sold. Then $8,000 will go to the book fund, 50-50, Prabhupada said, and $8,000 will maintain this temple. So all you have to do is buy $16,000 worth of books. That means if you're going out and you have a job, let's say you have a job, right? And let's say you can afford to buy $500 worth of books a month. That's big preaching. Christians do this, They buy Bibles and distribute them. That's how they do it. So if you have a job, you buy $500 worth of books. And then you distribute the books in any way you see fit. You may give them to the brahmacharis to go to an event or a college campus and distribute them freely, or any way you want. You may give them to friends and associates, but you buy, say, $500 worth of books from the money you bring from your business or work. 250 of that will go to pay the book fund, and 250 will maintain the temple. So now we got 250 towards our 8,000. So now all we need is 32 people like you who gave $500, and then this temple is maintained by book distribution. Now, I want to see that kind of book distribution. Let me see that type of book distribution, because everything else has failed in this country. Everything has been tried and failed. There's no temple that is maintained by book distribution, because no temple encourages grihastas to work. That's the mistake that they're making. They don't encourage the grihastas to work. And most grihastas need to work. There are very few that can live so simply, and there's very little. Our movement can't support that many Brahmins right now. That's just a fact. It can't support people who do deity worship and cooking all day. We can't afford it. It's expensive. And a Brahmin, according to Prabhupada's books, a Brahmin in the time of emergency can do other work. It's not practiced. So let us see people practice it. Just like I agree with you. Prasadam distribution businesses are very good, like restaurants. From a restaurant, you can make, if it's run properly, you could make profit and support the temple. Restaurant is not really the business of the temple. It's the business of grihastas. Sell prasadam. Sell prasadam, and very good. That's very fine. And give the money, give part of the earning to maintain the temple. But let's see if all I'm saying is, it's not, we don't have to, this has to be done by the grihastas. You have to maintain this temple. And the way to maintain it, you find a way. If you can do it with businesses that are directly preaching businesses, great. Fine. So far it hasn't been done. Think you have a business that you can do it. But so far it hasn't been done, so let's not keep talking idealistically. That's all I'm trying to say. It hasn't been done. Just like we have a painting business here. That is a real business. That business donates, it donated over $100,000 last year to maintain this temple. Now that's a good business. And it has nothing to do with preaching. In itself, the money that it gave has everything to do with preaching. But the business was an ordinary business. But it maintained this temple. And that's real. That really works. And it's legitimate and respectable. But selling bumper stickers isn't. It isn't. None of that nonsense that's done all over the place is respectable in any way. No new people who join this movement would in any way respect this movement if they're told in the beginning the way that most of the temples maintain themselves. But this temple has never done that. At least not in the last 7 years. It has been done in a legitimate way, despite whatever other problems there are. I don't say that this temple doesn't have problems. It has as many maybe as anybody else does, but at least we're trying to establish a genuine economic base. Businesses support the preaching. Prabhupada says in Bhagavad Gita, 12th chapter on devotional service, he says that preaching requires financing. So that people can work and give the result to Krishna. All I'm saying is that's your experience. That is your experience. But I'm saying that not everybody is like you. Some people have a wife and children to maintain. You don't have to do that. You only have to maintain your own life. There are people here who have 3, 4 children, and a wife, and a house, and 2 cars. No, it's different, though, because you're traveling in a van. I tell you that when you have to maintain, most people here, their overhead alone is $1,500 a month. Then they have to, and then we need from them another $500 to $1,000 a month. We need $2,500. Now that's a big income. That's like you got to make $100 a day, and it's hard to make $100 a day when you didn't graduate from college and get trained. You join the Hare Krishna movement right away and, and went out on Sankirtan. Anyway, that party was very nice because it was all single men. Right, but it was all single men. It was easy to maintain. As soon as there's a wife and children, everything changes. And you can't beg money from people to maintain your wife and children. That's not respectable. We cannot take donations from people and use that money for our grihastha maintenance. That's irreligious. So grihasthas have to have a respectable business. Now, there's nothing more respectable than the book business. If you can maintain a family by selling books, do it. But then the test of your salesmanship should be that people like the books. That's the next problem. That we have seen that when you try and push books very strongly, people get turned off. And that's why our movement's suffering a bad reputation in this country. Because we tried to maintain simply by, quotes, preaching. And it turned the entire American public off. And that's a fact. Nobody likes us in the air from what we did in the airports. To this day, they still say that what you did was wrong. It was not preaching done properly. But the reason is, again, those men were serious. You know why they did it that way? Because there's not a demand for those books. That's the truth. Those books are not in as demand as the number of books that were sold. If those boys had only sold books to people who really knew what was in the books and really wanted them, the sales would have been very small. And because they were under pressure to sell a lot of books to be able to try and maintain the temple through the book sales, they forced people to take the books against the people's will. It's not that those boys who were selling books weren't good preachers. But the fact is that at this time, we have not yet developed. You know that those books are great. You could buy $400 if you had it worth of books. How many people would buy $400 worth of books every month? Very few people in Dallas, only the people in this room. Therefore, our idea is that you figure out how to make money and buy the books. And then distribute the books somehow and get people interested. Then the number will increase. Let's face it, the demand yet is not so strong. Be honest. It's not so strong. I mean, go to an airport. Don't be an illusion. Just go out to the airport and try it and see. Tell the people, tell them, go out and honestly say, I'm from the Hare Krishna movement. This is my shaved head. This is my dhoti. And these are our scriptures. Could you buy a book? And you see how many books you sell. And let's be honest. Let's not be in a dream condition. That's the truth. At least that's my realization. If someone wants to call me an enemy of the BBT, go ahead. I've been called it for the last 7 years. It won't hurt me anymore. I'm already dulled to it. Well, when you figure out a way, tell the rest of America. When you figure out how to do it, tell the rest of the devotees in America, because they haven't heard it yet. They don't know how to do it. But what I'm saying is that for 15 years they've been trying to figure out how to do it, and they haven't figured out how to do it yet. That's what I'm saying. They haven't figured out, and there's plenty of people trying. Listen, the only people that are distributing books daily are in the Los Angeles airport. There's very few people. And I know they get the book at cost from the BBT, at cost. And that's all I can tell you. There's about 3 of them. I met them the other day. They're very close friends of mine. And they get the book at cost, which is not the way the book should be gotten. And they keep all the profit from the book. A different principle. It's not the way that they're not maintaining a temple. They're just maintaining their family. First thing is also, I want to see what the effect of their book sales are. I want to talk to the people who got the books. I met them, I don't remember, but most books are distributed in international terminals, not to Americans. Oh, then all right. So my point is, if it's small time, you can't maintain the temple with it. But you can't try if you're starving. I'm talking about maintaining temples because that's what we have to do. These people sitting in this room have 2 duties. First duty is to maintain their family, and the second, or vice versa. First, we have to maintain the family and the temple. And what we have a certain number of hours a day that we can spend to do anything, whatever it is, 8 to 10 hours a day. And in that 8 to 10 hours, two things have to happen. We have to maintain the temple and our families. So all I'm saying is if you say try book distribution for 4 hours a day, and in the other 4 hours we don't have enough money to maintain our temple and the family, then we can't try book distribution. Not my viewpoint. It's just not, you ask everybody, it's only your viewpoint that's different because you're a single man. It has nothing to do with me as a... Listen, now wait a second. Mithuranath, you're not a GBC man. Dharvabhama, you're not a GBC man. Radhagopinath, you're not a GBC man. None of them are GBC men. But they have the same exact concern that I do. They have to maintain the temple and their family. That's reality. Don't you have that concern? Now, if you don't, it's because you're a traveling itinerant preacher. You fall within a unique category. And our movement needs hundreds of persons like you. But the communities are made up of people who have to maintain their family and the temples. That's different than the Radha Damodar Party. That's different than Ram Shraddha Prabhu. You and the Radha Damodar Party are in the same category. You have only business of preaching. But that's different than someone like Prasanna. It's totally different. He can't do what you're doing, nor do you want to do what he's doing. There's a different duty. So who should maintain the temple? You're not going to maintain the temple because it's not your duty. Just like Radha Damodar Party. Prabhupada never told me to maintain the temples. Huh? Household, exactly. So my only point is that. The householder should do that. So I'm saying your business is the same as the Radha Damodar Party's business. To distribute books and make devotees all over the place. Your business is not to maintain temple. But you're in that category. Different situation altogether. There are other people like that also. There are some other. Deva Prasta is in the same category. He doesn't have to worry about maintaining this temple necessarily. But the householders have to maintain this temple and the community. And some of the brahmacharis may want to do that also. If they choose to. That's their right. Prasanna? You don't have to even do it every day. You may not even do it yourself. My point is this. You as a householder may give $400, say, or $200 to the temple to buy. You want to buy books. Deva Prasta sells the books. He gets the book for $1 from the BBT. He marks it up twice to $2, and he sells you $200 worth of books. You decide on your own. You got these books in your home. You paid cash for them, and you decide how you want to sell them or distribute them. That's your business. Now, if everybody does that here, say at least on an average of worth of one book a day, say $50 a month at least, or more, build it up to more, it'll start that way. Do you understand? We don't want to give the books for free and then have you try to sell the books. And no, it's going to be like a business. Prabhupada wanted it to be a business, the book business. He set up very business-like. The BBT doubles the price to the temple. The temple should double the price to the individual, whether it's a devotee individual buying or somebody else buying. Well, that's a separate issue. We can discuss that. I think that problem will be solved as soon as the householders do their duty. When the householders can give 50%, when I guarantee you that as soon as the householders do their duty, then automatically Krishna will send many brahmacharis and brahmins. The reason why Krishna is not sending brahmacharis and brahmins is because we couldn't afford them. Just like a man can't afford unlimited children. Right now, our movement cannot afford unlimited children. And for one reason or another, Krishna is not sending them. You've got to admit that. They're not coming like they used to. And it's not just because we're not preaching. They're not coming. And I think one of the reasons they're not coming is that the householder community has to first be properly situated and do their duty. When they maintain the temple and there's no pressure on the people who join, then you'll see people will start to join. I personally think that you'll see people will join more when the anxiety of finances is relieved. There's such an anxiety now for finances that people can't get into our movement very easily because they get swept into that financial need. And that's not encouraging to a new person. A new person doesn't come thinking of fruitive things like that. Yes, but our business is that we want anxiety. I want anxiety. I'm not avoiding anxiety, but I want the right anxiety. Yeah, well, that's the right anxiety for a householder is money. That's the right anxiety, because how does a householder make advancement according to Scripture? By giving in charity. The real thing I don't like is that it's not my dharma. That's what I don't like. I'm a sannyasi, and it's not my dharma to worry like this. I got a different dharma, but the dharma of a grihasta is to give in charity. That's what is very clearly stated in Scripture, that a householder makes advancement by giving in charity. I make advancement by receiving your charity. But that's what I want to do. I don't want to have to worry about how to get money. That's not my business. That's the business of the household, and that's the dutiful anxiety of a householder. You make advancement if you accept that anxiety and solve it. But I don't make advancement by solving that anxiety because it's not mine. I've renounced the world. So why I'm in anxiety about the financing of the temple? I renounced the world. What was in my anxiety? I gave up all of that. I gave up supposedly that enjoyment. And I don't live in opulent quarters anywhere else. And I don't ever enjoy these opulent quarters. Anybody that lives up there knows that I'm in total distress coming into this place. That's probably why Krishna, it's like a prison for me up there. You go anywhere else and you'll see that I live in a much, very simple way. I can tell you, in Hong Kong, I have no private room. In Manila, I have no private room. In Houston, I have no private room now. Giri Maharaj is there right now. I don't live in that room. Any guest that comes can live in that room. I don't have any, I gave up, supposedly, I was supposed to have given up comfort so that I'd be free of this anxiety. I chose. This was my choice. If I have to remain a householder and I got to be with my wife and listen to her talking all day, then she's going to want children. Then I have to worry about where they're going to live. I have to worry. So I thought, better to be sannyasi. But now I find I'm still worrying. I don't like that I have to do other people's dharma. I want to do my dharma. I just want to write and preach. I want the freedom to write and preach. That's why I took sannyas. But the only way I can do that is if householders do that. And you'll see the householders will get satisfied giving in charity. Nothing will satisfy a householder more than if he can give in charity. They love that. It'll make you feel so happy. Now, if you're a Brahmin and you can be afforded here, fine. There's a few Brahmins we can afford, but mostly we can't afford many Brahmins here. So householders have to make money. And make as much as you can, but make it legitimately, honestly, respectably. We don't want to make it in a dishonest way. And I tell you, we will make devotees by this. Look at how many people come to the Sunday program. At least it seems like a lot to me. When I came here, Drista, you remember, when we first came here, we had the best preaching party in the whole movement, the Radha Damodar party, right? We were all here. Remember in those days in that darshan room? And how many people, with all these great empowered preachers? We had 7 sannyasis in this zone. We had 75% of the people in this zone were brahmacharis, all of at least 10 years standing. How many people used to come to the Sunday feast? 1, 2, 3 sometimes? Half dozen was very big. That was on the big festival day. Now, when we don't have 7 sannyasis, we don't have the 10-year brahmacharis, we don't have all the empowered preachers, but somehow or other, there's 150 people come on Sunday. And somehow or other, the way we're presenting ourselves and living is more attractive than it was before. More attractive. And we want brahmacharis also, but we'll get them when we can support this temple. I have a hunch that that's going to happen. When you can see single men who can join here and not feel immediately that they have to do all of these other things, I think Krishna will send them. But yeah. Well, if a Brahmin can maintain himself by his preaching, that's very nice. Some Brahmins are not like that, but some are. Not all of them are like that. It's interesting to note, in a Christian congregation of 500 families, how many people are Brahmins? One. One priest. For 500 families, one priest. But we're, okay, we've only 20 years establishing Vedic society. It takes time to establish Vedic society. You can't follow you cannot live in a pocket as if you're oblivious to the rest of the world. The world, you see, in Vedic society, the king would have built a temple and given us land. How can you talk Vedic culture? Where's Vedic culture now? The kings are trying to take our land. This is not Vedic times. I do follow your point, but I'm trying to I understand your point, Ramshuddha. Your point is well taken, that a Brahmin shouldn't feel that he has to simply be maintained. He should feel that he can do preaching in a way that will also bring in enough money to maintain himself. I grasp your point and I accept it, and if a Brahmin is sitting here who can do that, well and good. But what I'm saying is that in reality also, there was a lot of support for Brahmins also, which is not coming nowadays. Government is not supporting. There's no Kshatriya support. Same problem. So I do agree with you, but the other thing is also true, that we have to learn to some extent from these other pseudo-religious people. They've learned a lot. They're not stupid. They've been practicing religion in this country for a long time, and they have something in the ball. You can ask our school teachers whether they think they have anything to learn, and they'll tell you that they do. We tried on our own to just do Vedic education, and we're still learning a lot from the karmis, because unfortunately we're living in the karmi world. We're not living in India in Satyayug. Takes time. Anybody have any other questions? Anyone? All right, all glories to Sri Guru and Go Ranga.
Jiv Jago, Hare Krishna, Hare.
Tam Saradavana Lalita Loka Pranaya Karanyaka Naganatvam Raptasya Kalanya Gunanavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Mahaprabhu Kirtanya Nrita Gita Vaditramajan Manasarasena Ramancha Kampas Rutaranga Bajo Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Shri Vigraharadhana Nichanana Shingaratan Mandira Majinado Yuktasya Bhaktam Shani Junyatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Chaturvidha Shri Bhagavat Prasado Swadhana Triptan Hari Bhakta Sangan Ritvaiva Triptin Bhajatasa Deva Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Shri Radhika Madhava Yorapara Madhurya Lila Guna Rupa Namam Pratikshana Svadana Lolupasya Mande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Nekunjayuno Rati Keli Sijai Yaya Labir Yuktira Pikshaniya Datrati Daksha Dati Valabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Shakshadharit Venasamastra Sastri Uktastatta Bhavyata Eva Sadvi Tatrati Dakshadati Valabhasya Vande Guru Shri Into Prabhoya Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Yasya Prashada Bhagavat Prashado Yasya Prashada Nagati Kutopi Jaya Suvam Sajaya Sri Sanyam Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Samsara Dava Nalalita Loka Janaya Karunya Ganaganatvam Saptasya Kalanya Gunanavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvashesha Shunyavadi Pasyata Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Haribo, 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 Nitya Gaur Haribo.
Jayam Vishnupad Paramahansa Paribrajacharya Stotara Sada Sri Srimad. His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Jagat Guru ki Jai. Jai Nitya Lila, Pravishtam Vishnupad Paramahansa, Paribrajacharya Stotarasata Sri Srimad. His Divine Grace, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj, Prabhupada ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavarinda ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki Jai. Prince Kahor Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadar Harsivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki Jai. Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath, Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan ki Jai. Sri Vrindavan Dham ki Jai. Sri Mathura Dham ki Jai. Tardvipa Majapur ki Jai. Sri Brajamandala ki Jai. Tulsi Devi Maharani ki Jai. Bhakti Devi ki Jai. Samabheda Bhakta Vrinda ki Jai. Harinam Sankirtam ki Jai. Mahamantra Jugadharma ki Jai. Sri Raha Kalachanji ki Jai. Jagannath Baladev Subhadra ki Jai. Sri Gaur Nitai ki Jai. Oh, Premanandi. Hari Hari Bo. All glories to the assembly of the body. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembly of the body. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembly. Hare Krishna. All glories Sri Siguru Siguranga Srila Prabhupada ki Jai.
Narasimhaya.
Namaste Narasingaya.
Prahlad Lad Daine. Hiranyakashipurvakshaha. Shilatankanakalaye. Ito Narsimha Parato Narsimha. Yato yato yami tato Narsimha. Bahir Narsimha Hirdaye Narsimha. Narasinghamadem Sharanam Prapadye. Narasinghamadem Sharanam Prapadye. Tav kar kamal vare nakham adbhuta shringam dalita Hiranyakashipur Dhanubringam Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare. Jaya Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare. Jaya Narsimha Dev, Narsimha Dev, Narsimha Dev, Jaya Narsimha Dev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. सर्व विनाश लक्ष्मीपति नरसिंहदेव भगवान की, बख्शरमणि प्रहलाद महाराज की, हिताय गौर प्रेमानंदे।
Okay, what color are Radharani's flowers? What did you say? What were the flowers and where were they? The answer is red and green. Hare Krishna. Welcome to College Chanjis. Today is Tuesday, the 12th of April, 2022, which makes it Kamada Ekadasi. Going to the Prabhupada nectar. While Prabhupada was in America, he received a telegram from Tejas saying that if he wanted an interview with Indira Gandhi, he would have to come immediately. So he cut short his North America tour, and within days he was back in Juhu Beach, India. On his first morning walk, Prabhupada reflected on his recent difficulties. Quote, "So many obstacles we are facing. Never mind, still we are coming out gradually." Kunti Devi said, "Krishna, may all those dangerous days come again so that I can always remember you. When we were in dangerous days, you were always with us. Now we are prosperous. Now you are going away. So better I call for those dangerous days again so that you can remain with us and we can become surrendered to you." Quote. In looking at the Arabian Sea, Prabhupada remembered his voyage to America. "I started on this ocean, the 13th of August, this ferocious ocean. One day shortly thereafter, Lalita Bose, the daughter of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's brother, came to meet Prabhupada. I knew her from Calcutta, where she used to visit our temple. They spoke mostly in Bengali, Prabhupada telling her about his mission and asking her to help him, specifically in approaching Indira Gandhi. Prabhupada, we should be supported. If she understands, India will develop, I am sure. This is not bogus. This is exactly what Krishna has said. Our mission is Yade Deke Tare Taha Krishna Upadesh. Boss. If you speak what Krishna has instructed, you become guru. But if you make your own concoction, your own invention, then ... I don't speak any nonsense, only the instruction given in the Bhagavad Gita. That is my credit, that's all. People say that I have done wonderful, but I do not know any magic. The wonderful thing I have done is that I don't speak any nonsense thing. Whatever success we have achieved is due to this. More of Srila Prabhupada in 1975. Tune in tomorrow, same College Chanji time, same College Chanji channel.
Shri Krishna Prayasi Namo. Radha Krishna Seva Pavoe Abhilasi. Ito Marataranaloy Tarabanchapuno. Vipakore Korota de Vrindavana Basi. More Abhilas Vilas Kunje Deoba. Nere Botsada Yugala Ruparati. Namo Nama Ilasi Krishna Prayase Namo Nama. Ilasi Krishna Prayase Namo Nama. Enna Vedana Dada Sakira Nugata Koro. Devadi Koro Te Koro Nija Tasi. Inna Krishna Dasi Koe Jenamoro. Shri Radha Govinda Preme Sarajana Basi. Namo Nama Tulasi Krishna Prayase Namo Nama. Tulasi Krishna Prayase Namo Nama. Yannika. Nikanicha papani brahmacharikanicha. Nitane pradakshante pradakshana padi padi. Govinda Hare Gopala Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Hare. Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi, Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi. Tulsi Maharani Jaya Vrinda Devi, Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi. Vrindaya Tulsi Devyai Priyaye Kesavasya Vishnu Bhakti Paridevi Satchavachanamo Namaha. Vrindaya Tulsi Devyai Priyaye Kesavasya Vishnu Bhakti Paridevi Satchavachanamo Namaha. Vrindaya Tulsi Devyai Priyaye Kesavasya Vishnu Bhakti Paridevi Satchavachanamo Namaha. Srimati Tulsidev Maharani ki jai.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram. Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Oh, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna.
Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Enam Kanvanda Maravindanalaya Taksham Marhavatam Samasitam Buddha Sundarangam Kandar Ako Ikamaniya Vishesha Shobham Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Angani Yasa Sakalen Priya Priti Manti Vasyanti Panti Kayanti Chiram Yaganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Satma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Bhanomu Savadhana Mate. Bhanomu Savadhana Mate. Jahara prasade bhai he bhavatori ajai. Krishna prapti hoy jahote. Krishna prapti hoy jahote. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Shitete Koriya Haikya. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Shitete Koriya Haikya. Arana kori ho mane asha. Arana kori ho mane asha. Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati. Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise
Gati. Je prasad pure sarvasha. Je prasad pure sarvasha. शाकुदान दिलो जे जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से शाकुदान दिलो जे जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशितो प्रेमा भक्ति जहाते अविद्या विनाश जते प्रेमा भक्ति जहाते अविद्या विनाश जते वेद गाय हरचरितो वेद गाय हरचरितो श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु हनुमा जनारा बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु हनुमा जनारा बंधु लोकनाथ लोकराजीवाना लोकनाथ लोकराजीवाना हा हा प्रभु कोरो दोया देहो मोरे पादशया हा हा प्रभु कोरो दोए देहो मोरे पादशया हा प्रभु कोरो दोए देहो मोरे पादशया एबे जाया कुसुक त्रिभुवाना एबे जास कुसुक त्रिभुवाना Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामी इति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रसारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यादेशतारिणे Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Adha Kala Sanjay Radha Kala Sanjay Radhe. Jaya Radha Kala Sanjay Radha Kala Sanjay Radhe. Jaya Nitai Gauranga Chandra Nitai Gaura Chandra Gaurari. Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita, Jaya Gauranita. Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Gurudev, Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaura Haribo, Haribo, Nitai Gaura Haribo.
Jayam Vishnupad, Paramahansa, Parvikacharya, Asatara Satta Sri Srimad, His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad, Paramahansa, Parvikacharya, Asatara Satta Sri Srimad, His Divine Grace, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami, Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem se kaho Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Sri Radha Krishna Gogopinath Sai Mukunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham ki jai, Shri Mayapur Dhama ki jai, Jamuna Maya ki jai, Ganga Maya ki jai, Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi ki jai, Bhakti Devi ki jai, Grantha Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Yuga Dharma Hari Nam Sankirtan Yagya ki jai, Priya Mridanga Transcendental Book Distribution ki jai, Transcendental Prasadam Distribution ki jai, Go Premanandi, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga.
Thank you. Good to see you again. Too. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Jamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jayam Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivrajagacharya Ashtottara Sata Shri Srimad A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Ananta Kota Vaishnavrinda Ki. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jana Jana Shalakaya Chakshul Unumitam Jaina Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. I was born in the darkest ignorance, and my spiritual master opened my eyes with the torch of knowledge. I offer my respectful obeisances unto him. Sri Chaitanya Manovistam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Tadati Swapadantikam. When will Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada, who has established within this material world the mission to fulfill the desire of Lord Chaitanya, give me shelter under his lotus feet? Vancha kalpa tarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyavacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. I offer my respectful obeisances unto the Vaishnav devotees of the Lord. They are just like desire trees and can fulfill the desires of everyone, and they are full of compassion for the fallen conditioned souls. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Lord Nityananda, Sri Advaita, Gadadhar Pandit, Srivas Thakur, and all the devotees of Lord Chaitanya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I pray that Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji, Srila Prabhupada, and Srila Gurudev use me as an instrument so that their message can flow through me to give me the words to serve the Vaishnavas listening. Today is Tuesday, April 12th, 2022. I am Jai Shri Radha Devi Dasi, and we are reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Creation, Chapter 15, The Pandavas Retire Timely, Text 1. Sutta Uvacha Evam Krishna Sakha Krishno Ratra Rajna Vikalpita Nana Sankapspadam Rupam Krishna Vishlesha Karshita. Would you like to share? Sutta Uvacha Evam Krishna Sakha Krishno Ratra Rajna Vikalpitaha Nana Sankaspadam Rupam Krishna Vishlesha Karsitaha. Sutta Uvacha, Sutta Goswami said, Evam, thus, Krishna Sakha, the celebrated friend of Krishna. Krishna, Arjuna, Ratra, by his elder brother, Rajna, King Yudhishthira, Vikalpitaha, speculated, Nana, various, Sanka Aspadam, based on many doubts, Rupam, forms, Krishna, Lord Sri Krishna, Vishlesha, feelings of separation. Karshitaha, become greatly bereaved. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Sutta Goswami said, Arjuna, the celebrated friend of Lord Krishna, was grief-stricken because of his strong feeling of separation from Krishna, over and above all Maharaj Yudhishthir's speculative inquiries. Purport. Being too much aggrieved, Arjuna practically became choked up, and therefore it was not possible for him to reply properly to the various speculative inquiries of Maharaj Yudhishthir. So today's verse, it's highlighting grief and separation from Krishna. And Arjuna is listed here as a celebrated friend of Krishna. And as such, he's feeling feelings of separation. When we experience separation, it's normal, it's natural for us to grieve, for us to have, for us to feel grief when we are feeling separated. And who do we feel separation from? It's from friends, right? So Arjuna is a celebrated friend, and he's feeling separation from his friend. We also feel separation from other loved ones, from family. We also tend to feel separation sometimes from material comforts, our way of life, the way we've known things. So we can see that we grieve so many things, especially here in the material world. And especially we can really feel it nowadays, currently with all the situation that's going on in the world. The whole world is grieving en masse. In the last few years, we've really experienced one crisis after another, it seems like, with the pandemic, coronavirus, all the deaths from coronavirus, and then we had the racial inequality and the marches and all the politics, and then now we have war in Eastern Europe. So there's been just one thing after another in the last couple of years, and it's really feel like, it's really piling on. And if we look at it, life is different now than it was in 2019. We've experienced so many changes since then. The world shut down, people lost their jobs, people lost their loved ones, people lost their way of life, right? We've all kind of changed the way we're living our lives now. We're getting back to normal, but it's still not 100% there. I was talking to a friend of mine who wants to travel, and we were talking about traveling, internationally, domestically, and we were like, oh, we have to make sure what are the requirements if we're going to travel into another country, what their requirements are in terms of COVID and the vaccine, because each country has their own, requirements. So that's something that's different than before. And whenever we experience change, we tend to experience a period of grief. If we look at the stages of grief, it's denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. And these stages of grief, they're not linear. It's not like we go through denial first and then anger and then bargaining and then depression and finally come to acceptance. We can start at any part of this and kind of go back and forth. And so, we can have denial. Like, we've had so many people that denied that anything was even going wrong in the world. They just try, they don't want to think about it. I don't want to talk about that. I'm just going to keep my head in the sand. Or there's so much anger about, the issues of the world. There's so many, people are bargaining, like, well, what if we just did this? And we could, we start to try to improve things by thinking, what else can we do? How can we make things better? There's depression when you feel like there is no hope, but you kind of go into despair. And then there's acceptance where, okay, this is the way things are, and I'm going to move on. I'm going to accept it. And like I said, it's not linear. You can come to the point of acceptance and then come back, back down into anger or bargaining. So it all comes back and forth. So if we look at the stages of grief and think about what stage of grief Arjuna is in at the moment. It says he's choked up, he's unable to answer, grief-stricken because of his strong feelings of separation, and he's not really concerned about the questions that his older brother is asking him. So one could say he's in denial. He's feeling numb. There's a sense of disbelief. He's shocked. Or he could be in depression, right? Where he's numb, he's choked up, he's unable to think and respond. So he can't even answer his questions. And this is Arjuna. He's a great exalted warrior. He's a close personal associate of Krishna. He's an exalted devotee. And he's experiencing this level of grief. When we look at what Krishna says about material attachments in Bhagavad Gita 263 and 264, we know that material desires leads to attachment, which leads to lust, which leads to anger, which leads to delusion and bewilderment of memory, and then intelligence is lost. So sometimes when we're experiencing grief because of the attachments that we have to either the person or the thing or the way of life or the way we want things to be, we can feel, we want it to be so strongly in a certain way, we can feel anger for not having it that way, which then leads to delusion. So, when we look at these last couple of years, we've been in one of these stages of grief for one reason or another. And actually, these last couple of years are not that unique. We're constantly in some sort of crisis, either personally, community-wise, domestically, internationally. There's always some crisis going on. There's always some change in our lives. Something that happens in our life changes in that instant. And I think that these last few years have really brought that to light, that we're in this constant state of crisis, one thing after another. And we are learning to cope with that. But we understand that with Arjuna, he's feeling this intense separation from Krishna, which really, think about it, that's intense. That's who we want to feel separated from. There is no higher form of separation and therefore no higher form of grief. But we're also feeling intense separation from Krishna. We just don't realize it. Because we are eternal servants of Krishna, and that is our true source of happiness. And because we thought we wanted to have some power, some control, we wanted to be served, we are here in this material world, and so we're constantly feeling this separation. And to help us feel better, to try to fill in the void that we're feeling from the intense separation from Krishna, we try so many things. We try to have so many material endeavors, the 6 opulences, fame, beauty, wealth, renunciation. I can't remember the other 2 right now. But we seek these things thinking that they'll bring us happiness or joy. And that's because that's our true nature. Our soul's nature, who we are, is eternal, full of bliss and knowledge. And we're trying to feel that eternal bliss and knowledge here in the material world, and it's just not possible unless we become connected to Krishna, unless we deepen and realize our relationship to Krishna. Otherwise, the material world is just a place of misery. We can see this. We've experienced this in these last couple of years, how, any moment things change and we notice how miserable things are. We know that the material world is here so that we can experience what we desired. Krishna provided us this material world because he said, okay, you have this desire. You can't experience this fulfillment of this desire here in the spiritual world. So he created the material world for us to try to feel that. However, in Bhagavad Gita 3:27, Krishna says, the spirit soul, bewildered by the influence of false ego, thinks themselves the doer of activities that are in actuality carried out by the 3 modes of material nature. So we're not really even in control here. We think we're in control. We want to be in control. But really, it's the material nature that's in control. We're subjected to the dualities of the material world, the happiness, distress, the good, the bad, the light, the dark. And so we're constantly trying to feel joy, but in this material world, since nothing is permanent, there's constant change. The only constant is change, right? So things are constantly changing. Even if I think about, a few months ago, there's things that have changed in my life, and then you think, oh man, if only things could be like they were a few months ago, or a year ago, or 2 years ago, right? So, and sometimes things are better. You think, oh wow, things are really good now. Think how different it was just from a year, a couple of weeks ago or a month ago. So we can constantly see how there's this cycle of ups and downs. And we're constantly trying to feel ourselves, make sure that we're happy, that our family's happy, that our, the people that we know, our community's happy. So we're always seeking this happiness, this joy for ourselves and our loved ones. But everyone else is also doing the same, and they don't necessarily coincide, right? We each may have our own desires, and they may conflict with someone else's desires. And so then we see that there's so much conflict in the material world as well, because everyone's trying to fulfill their own desires, thinking of their own needs, without thinking about the needs of others, or they're thinking about the needs of others, they're thinking about the needs of others of their own kind, their own family, their own community, and not necessarily on a whole global, like everybody level. In Srimad Bhagavatam 7.5.31, it says, persons who are strongly entrapped by the consciousness of enjoying material life and who have therefore accepted as their leader or guru a similar blind person attached to external sense objects cannot understand that the goal of life is to return home back to Godhead and engage in the service of Lord Vishnu. As a blind person guided by another blind person miss the right path and fall into a ditch, materially attached person led by another materially attached person are bound by the ropes of fruitive labor, which are made of very strong cords, and they continue again and again in materialistic life, suffering the threefold miseries. So we see that the life that we experience is a direct result with the people that we have around us, the people that we look up to, the people that we take advice from. And a lot of times, they are not very much more qualified than we are. So it's the blind leading the blind. And, in this verse, it says we fall into a ditch, right? If we follow as a blind person following another blind person. So we want to make sure that who we are surrounding ourselves with is going to help us understand our relationship to Krishna and how do we realize that relationship to Krishna, because that's really what's going to bring us true joy and happiness. Even though we may feel that separation, that's just because that's the duality of the material world. In Bhagavad Gita 2.14, the non-permanent appearance of happiness and distress and their disappearance in due course are like the appearance and disappearance of winter and summer seasons. They arise from sense perception, and one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. So we were saying that things change. I mean, we're in spring. A few months ago, we were in winter, and it was really cold. And now it's going to be really hot. And so we can see that things change, seasons change, right? Next will come summer, then fall, and then winter again. And then round and round we go, right? That's the nature of material world. We kind of are in this hamster wheel, and we're just spinning and going through the days. And we want to have a little bit more understanding than that. When we understand that what we're really seeking is our relationship to Krishna, is that we're feeling this intense separation from Krishna, then we can start turning towards Krishna, and he guides us to understand what our relationship is by sending people our way. In Bhagavad Gita 5.27, it says, a liberated person is not attracted to material sense pleasure, is always in trance, enjoying the pleasure within. In this way, the self-realized person enjoys unlimited happiness, for they concentrate on the Supreme. So the point here is that, instead of seeking all these external ways of feeling happiness, when we turn within and start to understand who we are, what our relationship to Krishna is, and how do we reignite that relationship with Krishna and reignite our true selves, then we really begin to feel peace and joy. And whatever external circumstances are, it doesn't disturb us. We can feel compassion for the people that are not at that level of understanding and realization, and guide them to approach that level of understanding and realization at whatever level that they're ready for. But that's where our compassion and our ability to just, realize ourselves, right? Work on our own path of spiritual progress is the best way of preaching and guiding others, because they'll see how you're doing it, and then they'll be able to emulate you or, take inspiration from the way you're doing it. And to further reiterate this, in Bhagavad Gita 6:27, Krishna says, "The yogi whose mind is fixed on me verily attains the highest perfection of transcendental happiness." So we can see that that is our way of eternal happiness, of feeling good. And we can still experience grief. Like when, my spiritual master left this earth, we experienced so much grief and separation. It was very painful. We can have a slight understanding of what Arjuna is going through here. We can have an understanding of how Prabhupada disciples felt when Prabhupada left this earth. It's another time of intense separation. And so Arjuna in this moment is feeling this level of intense separation, and so much so that he's unable to even speak, to answer his brother's questions. And Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita 2:11 and 2:12, he's talking to Arjuna specifically, and he's saying, "While speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament neither the living nor for the dead. Never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be." So it's not that Krishna is not worthy of grief. He's the topmost worthy of our grief and intense separation. But the point is here that there's no reason for that grief, because we are not truly separated from him. He's in our heart, and we can see Krishna everywhere. We just have to make the effort to see Krishna everywhere. He says this in Bhagavad Gita 18:61, the Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart. He also says in Bhagavad Gita 15:15, "I am seated in everyone's heart." So that's why when we meditate within and seek that joy and happiness within, we find it, because Krishna is within each and every one of us, seated in our hearts next to our soul, like who we truly are. This body is just a machine that, our soul sits in, and we are wearing like a dress, right? Like clothes, our soul wears the body. And next to our soul is Krishna, and he's guiding us as how we want to be guided. And so when we say, I'm tired of this misery and I want to know who you are, Krishna, then he guides us to learn more about who he is. And then we also start to see him everywhere. In Bhagavad Gita 6:29-31, Krishna says, "A true yogi observes me in all beings and also sees every being in me. Indeed, the self-realized person sees me, the same Supreme Lord, everywhere. For one who sees me everywhere and sees everything in me, I am never lost, nor is he ever lost to me. Such a yogi who engages in the worshipful service of the Supersoul, knowing that I and the Supersoul are one, remain always in me in all circumstances." So Krishna is saying here that we have to learn to see Krishna in everyone, in everything. And once we can do that, we no longer will feel that separation, because we'll realize that we are actually with Krishna at all times. So when we're with Krishna at all times, how can we feel separation? We can feel him. We know that he's here. And so therefore, he's saying that it's not worthy of grief. I'm always here. I'm always existing. So the question is, how do we learn to realize that Krishna is within us and he's everywhere and he's in everything? And how do we learn to see him in everything? And how do we learn who we are? In Bhagavad Gita 9:34, Krishna says, engage your mind in always thinking of me, become my devotee, offer my obeisances to me, and worship me. Being completely absorbed in me, surely you will come to me. So we have to engage our mind in thinking of Krishna, in remembering him, in worshiping him. And we know this from the 9 processes of devotional service, which are laid out in Srimad Bhagavatam 7:523. It's hearing about Krishna, chanting about the transcendental holy name, form, qualities, paraphernalia, and pastimes of Lord Vishnu, remembering them, serving the lotus feet of the Lord, offering the Lord respectful worship with 16 types of paraphernalia, offering prayers to the Lord, becoming his servant, considering the Lord one's best friend, and surrendering everything unto him. So these 9 processes are accepted as pure devotional service. One who has dedicated their life to the service of Krishna through these 9 methods should be understood to be the most learned person, for they have acquired complete knowledge. So we work towards hearing and chanting, Krishna's glories. And just by chanting his name, we're chanting his glories, right? Because his names are different glorifications of Krishna, right? Krishna itself means all attractive, so you're glorifying his attractiveness. Hare is, the energy of the Lord. Rama means full of pleasure, so you're exalting the pleasure potency of Krishna. And so when we chant the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, we begin to understand who we are, especially if we can chant attentively and chant daily and consistently, then we get an understanding of who we are. And that's the most important thing that we can do for our spiritual progress is japa, our mantra meditation every single day. Sometimes that can be a little bit overwhelming. That can feel like a lot, especially if you're working long hours and you are, commuting long hours, getting back into work, trying to balance family, work, and everything else that you have going on. It can seem like there's not a lot of time in the day to chant. And, especially to chant attentively and sit in one place for an hour and a half. So it's important to figure out your schedule to be able to do that, even if you have to break up your rounds. But I think what we can also focus on is what aspects of these 9 devotional services can we do that's just a normal part of our life. And that really is eating. Like, we all eat, right? We eat breakfast, lunch, dinner. Even though today's Ekadasi and we're going to be eating a little bit less, fasting from grains and beans, we're still going to be eating. So it's important that whatever we eat, we offer to Krishna first. And then we eat that food that's been offered to Krishna as Krishna's mercy. It's the remnants of what he's eaten. It's considered Krishna's mercy. So if we can just make that practice part of our daily life, no matter what, we'll start to spark that devotion to Krishna, that love for Krishna from within, and we'll find that it actually becomes easier to find the time to chant, to balance our chanting and our japa, to balance reading the scriptures. It's a quick way, right? Like, I've heard it said that really this is the prasadam movement, right? We chant Hare Krishna, but really it's all about prasadam. Because even someone who's not willing to chant Hare Krishna is willing to take, a cookie that's been offered. They may not know it's been offered, right? So they're willing to take a cookie that's been offered to Krishna and eat that prasadam even unknowingly. We have so many people that come to the restaurant here not knowing that the food that's available in the restaurant, Kalachandji's restaurant, is sanctified food. It's offered to Krishna first, so it's purified, it's prasadam. They'll oftentimes remark, wow, this food is like so good, like better than they would expect because of that little extra of being Krishna Prasadam. We have so many stories of people that have been coming to the restaurant for years, and then they get drawn to walk into the temple room and to learn more about Krishna, become Krishna's devotees, and all they did was eat prasadam for years. And so it's really important that we endeavor to make whatever that we eat at home prasadam as well. I really say that more for myself than for anyone else, because sometimes I'm in a hurry and I forget, like, oh, I need to offer this, or I'm making a smoothie and it just feels awkward to offer a smoothie to Krishna, but why not? He enjoys vegetables, right? He says, offer me with love and devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or water. I mean, my smoothie is basically leaves, spinach, fruit, blueberries, water, maybe not a flower in there, but, it's basically what a smoothie is. And so there's no reason not to offer it. Just remembering to do so and making that little bit of effort, it's not big effort. It's just, I'm already making this smoothie. So just take a minute or two and offer it to Krishna. I usually don't eat my smoothie right away after making it, so there's no question of like waiting, for Krishna to eat. And so we can do that with anything, right? We have prasadam here that's served to the deities, and they're put out into the community room for everyone to come and enjoy. And if we can't make it to the temple, or we have special dietary needs, restrictions, we can make whatever we're eating offered to Krishna. As long as it's, with devotion, and it's a leaf, a flower, fruit, water, Krishna will accept it. It doesn't have to be fancy or opulent. So when you eat prasadam, Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita 3:14, the material world is full, or actually Srila Prabhupada says in the purport of 3:14, the material world is full of contaminations, and one who is immunized by accepting prasadam of the Lord is saved from the attack, whereas one who does not do so becomes subjected to contamination. So here we can see, like, eating prasadam gives us immunization to the material world. It's our vaccine to the virus of material conditioning. It's protective. It's like having a protective shield around us at all times, but it's from within. So it helps protect us from, the material conditioning, the draws that can lead us down that path of attachments, to lust, to anger, to delusion, to bewilderment of memory, to loss of intelligence. So it's very important that we focus and make it a point of eating prasadam. And also we want to remember that whatever we do, whatever we eat, whatever we offer, whatever we give away, and whatever austerities we perform, we do that as an offering to Krishna, as he says in Bhagavad Gita 9:27. So I'll stop here and ask if there are any questions, if we have any questions or comments.
Yesterday at work, there was some people talking about a trip they had planned for renting canoes and going down the rapids up in the mountains. So we have this verse purport was saying that you can't become happy in the material world. Isn't it some sort of happiness that people get by doing all the things they do to become happy? Like they go hang gliding. Maybe they'll buy a big boat and sail around. There's so many things people do to become happy. How come they're not? Why does Bhagavatam say they're not getting anywhere?
So we can see that there are so many things that we do that bring us happiness, right? As you said, going on vacation, having these adventures, like canoeing, kayaking, rock climbing, hang gliding, and they are quite fun, you know. They get that adrenaline going. It's temporary. So pretty soon thereafter, either you need another hit, you need another vacation, or you know you're back into that everyday doldrums of miseries. So we have these spikes of happiness that are then followed with your everyday level of, you know, however you feel on an everyday basis. I know, like when I was working 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, and you have a vacation, and when you get back, it's like immediately you need another vacation because the stress of everything that you have to catch up on, and you know, like you're back in the office politics and you're back in it. It's like, wow, you didn't even go on vacation. You didn't feel that temporary peace and relaxation. And we seek out these things because that is who we are. We're eternal beings of, you know, pleasure, of bliss. And so we're constantly seeking ways to find that bliss and that pleasure. And we do these external things, and they do seem to provide us with happiness, right? Even like shopping, you know, buying a new car, or when I first got my iPad, there's like excitement to it, and now it's like whatever, it's old, I need a new one already. You know, so these things are temporary, and that's why we say that the happiness is fleeting, and we can get disturbed by that if we're so attached to these external sources of happiness. But if we look towards internal happiness, you know, finding that happiness and joy within, despite whatever circumstances we're in, that's true happiness. And we can only do that when we connect ourselves back to Krishna. So, you know, going kayaking, I mean, just take, for example, something like that. You go, what's that, water rafting or the rapids, right? But there's danger to that. It's all fun and games until somebody falls out of the raft and drowns, and then it becomes a tragedy. Or same with hang gliding, you know, you're going really well, and then all of a sudden there's some malfunction, and you lose control and, you know, crash into a tree and you fall down. Or, you know, maybe there's a rip in the hang glider, and then you fall down to the earth, right? What was it, the beginning of 2020? Who was it? I can't remember the basketball player that was in a helicopter, and the helicopter crashed, and I think he was with one of his children, right? Who was that? Kobe? Yeah, Kobe Bryant. So again, he was probably out for a joyride. I mean, riding in a helicopter is kind of fun. We don't expect tragedy like that. And so that's the risk in the material world. I was listening to this book called "The Stillness is the Key," and they were reiterating this point that just from the moment we're born, we already begin to die. Like, just living is a risk for death. And, you know, we see that over and over again. So we have this looming over our heads that kind of takes away from our enjoyment of things, because there's always this nagging, you know, thought in the back of our head that we could die, someone we love could die, things could change. And that nagging thought has really become more to the forefront in these last couple of years, because we're really faced with it a lot more. A lot more people have faced death in these last couple of years than the few years before it combined, because death rate has taken quite an increase in the last couple of years. And we have this war that's going on in Eastern Europe. That's also, you know, on some level, we're all the way here, it doesn't affect us, but we're starting to see things like, you know, gas prices going up. We're seeing shipping supplies, you know, going down. Things aren't being stocked up right away, and it's all kind of trickling down. So we're kind of like lamenting how things used to be, you know. And so happiness is very fleeting here. And that's really what the point is that we may experience these temporary times of happiness, but it's fleeting and it's going to pass. You know, we tell ourselves when we're experiencing things of distress, this too shall pass, to help us get through it. The same applies to times of happiness. I hope that answered your question. Are there any other questions or comments? Well, then I will stop here. Tarantara Srimad Bhagavatam ki. Is this microphone, is there like a crackling or static? Do you hear it? In this microphone, is there like a crackling or static? It's amazing they last that long. If they were made today, they only last like a year.
श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनासहितं कृष्ण चैतन्यदेवम् श्रीराधा कृष्णपदान् सागन ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितांश्च श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
संसार दावानलनिरलोका तदाय कारुण घनागणत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाद्यन्मन सोरसेना रोमाञ्चकम्पासुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोका ज्ञानाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् भक्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन मंदिर मार्जनादौ श्री विग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन मंदिर मार्जनादौ युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसारदावान लोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यं प्राप्तस्य कल्याण गुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नतीर्थं हरिभक्तसङ्घान् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नतीर्थं हरिभक्तसङ्घान् तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोपस्यम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोपस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् संसारदावानन्दलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यं प्राप्तस्य कल्याण गुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् निकुञ्जजूनरतिकेली सिद्धैः जाजालिभिर्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया निकुञ्जजूनरतिकेली सिद्धैः जाजालिभिर्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षादतिबलवश्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् संसारदावानललिलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनतं भक्तस्य कल्याण गुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् साक्षाधरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः साक्षाधरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः किन्तु प्रभुः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् किन्तु प्रभुः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् संसारदा मानललिय लोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यं तप्त सकलनुगुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं संसारदावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यं तप्तशकलनुगुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं शारदावानललिललोका प्राणाय कारुण्यघनाघनतं तपःसकलनुगुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणारविन्दम् हरये नमः कृष्णाय जातमाय नमः राधाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरये गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम गिरिधारी गोपी ना मदन गिरिधारी गोपी मदन हरये नमः कृष्ण 야더바야 나마 야더바야 마더마야 에처마야 나마 아더예 गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन गोपाल गोविंद राम गोपाल गोविंद राम श्री मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपी मदन मोहन हरये राम कृष्ण हरये यादवाय यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय हरये हरि हरये नम कृष्ण यादवाय